yet. We're just going to run through some of the things that were said yesterday, that was done yesterday. All right? And our primary focus is going to be on the sourdough bread and the positive effects on gut health. Now, everybody here wants to be healthy. Amen? Okay, there's someone in mind?
No, that was just feedback from the two mics.
Let me just take the opportunity to, if you have it as well, you can take the mute the phones and put it on silent. But, you know, so you wouldn't be this. Sourdough bread has been suggested to have potential positive effects on gut health when compared to conventional bread made with commercial yeast. This, oh, that's the first step. Okay, let me go back. Sourdough bread has been suggested to have potential positive effects on the gut when compared to conventional bread made with commercial yeast. This is because sourdough bread is made using a natural fermentation process that involves the use of lactobacillus. Right. So if you didn't know, now you know. Right. It's bacteria and wild yeast, which can provide several potential benefits to gut health. No, I'm not a person here that word gut. You know, it seems like it looks like name gut kind of thing. But it seems as though the conventional yeast does something negative, but has a negative effect. Is that what we are going to get?
No, it's more, you can get fresh yeast, which is for me much better than the processed yeast. But it will enhance your bread by making it rise, but the actual health benefits will be very limited. Compared to the natural yeast, the fermentation process elevates your bread to another level that will really help your body, where the bread will nourish you, but the benefits are not so obvious. For me, you have to use fiber, because fiber is what the gut requires and the body requires. So the health benefits are there. We can add seeds which have potassium and selenium, which will also enhance our health. But sourdough bread is on a completely different level. It does so much that we're even unaware of. And it even helps us regulate our weight. Yes, but it has to be sensibly done. And also, when you eat sourdough, it actually fills you. So the body has these sort of sensors that tell you I'm full, and that's something sourdough bread works with these receptors in our body as well. But it doesn't mean that we eat everything we normally eat and then we look to lose weight. But if you are wanting to eat bread that does not contain empty carbohydrates, empty calories, which will go to fat, you want to eat bread that has a very good whole grain content. And if you eat bread that's sourdough, you'll find that you won't eat so much of it, because it will work with these receptors in our body. It sends all these different signals. And I learn more every day, which amazes me of the benefits.
Actually, yeah, flour is something that helps starch. Put on the wheat. See, you got it. So women tend to stay away from flour. It's actually. Everybody with here and so you know. The reason why it's
Yes, Seems in moderation. The places where they will give you some flour and they will be like, so I can see from when they so it was I don't know.
Yeah, it's in moderation.
Control. I mean, I was talking to Charmaine this morning and I was saying, you know, when we go to extremes in our diet, and I knew somebody who ate carrots. Excuse me.
Right, so I think the opportunity to welcome, our guest. Our guest who's going to be leading out in this baking program this quarter. It's none other than Victoria. She's from the Canterbury Baking School in the UK, and we are happy to have her along with a friend that is visiting. They're visiting here with us, Linda. I know you all may not see her, but she was up in front yesterday. Those of you here. Right, so if there's anyone online, you have any questions, you can always send in your questions and we're going to get it. So, because we said in moderation, because this is Fortune said that it's in moderation. I will go on because I know that everybody who would partake in things, sometimes if you will see the difference in moderation with the flow. Right? Back to those who are online. If you are not hearing clearly, please indicate so that we can straighten out it, right? So I'm reading again, paragraph 3. Did I finish paragraph 3? The fermentation process of sourdough bread breaks down complex carbohydrates and gluten, making them easier to digest. This can be particularly beneficial for people with gluten intolerance and sensitivity. Additionally, the lactic acid produced during fermentation can help to lower the pH of the bread, which can make it less likely to cause spikes in blood sugar levels. You want to comment on this?
And that's the glycemic. So when we put sugars into our body, it goes up and down, and that's controlled normally by insulin body, and we need to keep it at a good level. And that's what sourdough also helps to control. So we need to keep our body in balance. And all I was going to say,
you have to keep it in balance or in balance. It sounds like imbalance.
Yeah.
That's
In balance. And we have to, I love that you said moderation. And all I was going to say, I knew somebody who decided carrots were so healthy and she turned orange, but that doesn't stop us eating carrots. Carrots are good, but in moderation. And it's like with everything, even sourdough bread. But the thought is that if you choose to make bread, you go to such trouble, go a little bit further because of the benefits.
Yes, I'm sure that there are many people who are out there who would love to have this knowledge. So if and when we are able to have another visit from Sister Victoria. Furthermore, paragraph 3 says the lactobacillus bacteria present in sourdough bread can help to promote healthy microbiome by increasing the number of beneficial bacteria in the body. A healthy gut microbiome has been linked to several health benefits, including improved digestion, enhanced immune function, and reduced risk of certain diseases. So,
yes, there are some people who claim that if you eat sourdough, it's like the miracle that will heal diseases. It will not heal anything. it's more of a preventative action, and it's more of an intelligent choice because it is so beneficial. The more, so I love what I do, and I've been doing it for so many years, but I'm continually researching, and I'm continually thinking, how can I make this, what I do, even healthier? How can I make things better? And that's what we have to do. So we have to think a little bit, let's help ourselves. And by eating sourdough bread, one thing that I know absolutely I can say helps is that you don't feel bloated. You do not feel bloated, which is what can happen quite often by eating all those empty calories. But the health benefits are there, and it does help maintain the body to be able to fight against certain diseases because you are increasing this gut health, which is sort of arming your body with the preventative nutrients and minerals that it needs to fight successfully. It's a little bit like with COVID. Those people who had a poor immune system had really great difficulties. And then if you did catch COVID, you had to work on your gut to build your immune system. And that's with prebiotics and probiotics, which is also contained in the sourdough fermentation.
Wow, so the science behind it goes there, right? So it's important to note that the impact of sourdough bread on gut health may vary depending on the length of the fermentation process, and the differences in gut microbiota. However, overall, sourdough bread can be a healthy choice. Looking to improve their gut. I think we should just give a nice little round of that is something good, you know, something positive. And this can be used in all our pastries and all these different things.
No, we're talking more, we can make sweet enriched doughs with this. We can make, I make bagels, I make pretzels, I make pasta even, but it's more sticky. I didn't want to do it here where it would be more difficult. And I put it in, you can make crumpets, you can make so many different beautiful breads. But I mean, I was thinking a little bit that when we make sourdough bread, as the last comment you read, think about the flour that you do use in your bread, because that will have a great impact. And maybe people who are able to buy the flour, maybe we could distribute it a little bit amongst people who, because you don't need much of it, you just need a little bit of it. So the healthier the ingredients, the better health benefits you will receive from your sourdough bread.
So the natural flour that we have in the trees that we get on shelves and so on. That's wash, bleach, or whatever. But that is not the health.
It's not the healthiest flour, but it will still make it healthier and easier for the body to deal with it than if it was just made as an ordinary loaf of bread with ordinary yeast.
Because I mean, when you really look at it,
you could buy the better flour and maybe distribute it. You know, if you bought it in bulk or something, and then you were able to distribute it amongst the church members. You know, I'm only thinking about a quick solution if it's practical.
I'm sure that we usually add certain nutrients to our flour. So that
I'm sure.
Yeah, comments.
just going to ask the same question about adding nutrients to the flour. So if you add things like nuts and seeds, it were at the top, you put some flax and chia seed and those things into the same, well, let me say the unbleached white flour. That would suffice.
It will still raise it to another level because you're adding all that selenium, potassium, all the minerals that our body needs as well, which are contained in the seeds that you're adding. And all the seeds you add, you mentioned, are very healthy seeds. The chia, the flax, the sunflower, I mean, there's so many, the pumpkin, and they all add a little different properties that put together. It's very important.
I must say that, you know, I'm sensing the excitement of the ladies who would want to add all these enriching seeds and so on to their bread and to see how it would turn out, yes, and to see the end result and how it tastes. So let's look forward with eager anticipation. I'm sure that before this course is over, we're going to see some bread. Yes, Vicky?
Yes.
Bread. We have some of those same seeds that we spoke about, or we do it one alone for 1 week.
Just really what we can find is available.
But those of us who want to see the other stuff we can always bring in. So easy to digest. Easy to digest. This is one of the benefits we are seeing here. Easy to digest. Number 2, lower glycemic index. What is that all about? So the bread has a lower glycemic index compared to other types of bread, meaning it causes a slower and steadier rise in blood sugar levels. So this would be very important to do. And number 3 says it's rich in nutrients. So we're just going over what pointing out the points that came out of it. Rich in nutrients, so no bread contains vitamins and minerals such as B vitamin, iron, zinc, magnesium, selenium, which are essential for overall health and well-being. Number 4 says it's probiotic properties. Sourdough bread is a natural source of probiotic, which promote gut health and boost the immune system. So I think that it does not, if you feel bloated, good things up. Number 5 says that it's longer shelf life. Longer shelf life meaning that it can stay out.
It lasts longer. And there are different ways of making your bread last longer. But with sourdough, the idea is you encapsulate the dough in a crust, and the inside will be soft. And that's where things go wrong because people make the inside hard. But if you do that, if you make it soft inside, it will last for a long time. Well, it will last.
The over.
It's just the way people make it, and often they make it wet. And if it's wet inside, that is very bad for the stomach.
So
Yeah.
Any other comments? So let's read number 5. So due to the acidity of the sourdough bread, it has a longer shelf life compared to other types of bread, making it more sustainable option. And so, yeah, that means it can stay out on your table a little longer.
Yes, but I mean, with the acidity, you have to be very careful. These starters have to be regulated that they are not too acidic, because that isn't good for you either. So it is a balance with everything.
It's what you see number 6 is other delicious. It's texture. Let's see that was delicious. Is it a taste that has to be acquired? Because it's naturally delicious. Hold on. So I don't want you to call the establishment. Let's 6 to 1 is delicious.
It is good, but I want to ask is when you buy sourdough at the regular grocery shop, is it as healthy as the one that's given me?
I don't know I hope we haven't got Linda's bakery here. It is, in my opinion. I trained some of the bakers in the UK who I know have opened bakeries, and they told me what they've done, and I think, oh, why did you not listen to me? That people like to take shortcuts, they like to save money, and unfortunately, it's a very trendy thing in the UK, sourdough bread. So, yeah, there are bakers, and I belong to the Real Bread campaign, and we make sure that we have proper sourdough bread. But unfortunately, a lot of the bread available in the supermarket is not really sourdough bread.
Okay, so for those of us,
I don't know. Tomorrow, Wednesday.
keep on online, we welcome you. And if you have any questions or you have any comments, please indicate. We will give you an opportunity to ask a question and make a comment. We still have one more comment or question on the floor here. Yes, how come? Okay, and we have
Is the way they first made bread. They didn't have yeast. So what I like in our diet, whatever diet you choose, is to keep it simple and to look at, let's go back a little bit and see how people used to eat. And sourdough bread is right from the very beginning, the first way they ever made bread. How they came across it, I don't know. It's quite amazing. But it's so simple to see. You mix flour and water and you are creating wild yeast. To me, that's simplicity.
yes.
It's beautiful.
So before we had this way of going to the grocery and getting yeast and so on, this is where it all started. So praise the Lord. You know, for those of us who really wanted to in our diet and our health, we have the information available and we that's the best part of this. Each one. So it's delicious in texture, it's delicious in taste. Right? Incorporating sourdough bread into your diet not only provides a tasty alternative to traditional bread, but also offers a range of health benefits. Why not give it a try and see how it can improve your overall health? Tomorrow you will get another week. We see our program day.
Right, so did you want to come up to the front and we can start with the sourdough? Hello. Good morning. So we want to okay, so just to recap very quickly, to show you what we did yesterday, we had a starter. Do you all remember the starter?
Yes.
Good. And we put it in the fridge overnight. We also made a sponge, a leaven, which is diluted, it's condensed, and this now is ready to make the bread. And I like to use stage 1 stage 2, because this has already had a very long fermentation. And within that time, the enzymes in the flour are changing their characteristics. Okay? Now, it's very interesting because I'm in Trinidad, not in the UK. We do have summer, but the humidity here does react differently than in the UK. So we had to put these in the fridge overnight. Do you remember I said to leave out on your work surfaces? And this morning, I had to add a little bit more flour and activate it again, but it's still ready to use. So you will have to keep your eye on the temperature, and if you can find a cool place in your home, that will be beneficial. So let me show you. You might have to pass this round, but one of them had, do you remember I said how you get the brown water? We call it hooch, but let's call it the water. You can't see it so distinctly, but this one had about that much water on it. And it wasn't old, it had become distressed because of the heat. So I threw away the water and I just added a little bit more flour and mixed it in this morning before you came. I think they must have been out of the fridge about 2 hours. This one I didn't, but I wanted to show you what a distressed sourdough sponge looks like. Okay, and that is the good one. Just if you just have a look, by looking, it makes it easier for you to visualize. I will drain off the liquid and add flour and it'll be fine.
What is the distress used for again?
So, distress means please feed me. Something is wrong. And that's a very good indication that you need to care for it more carefully. So we're also
It needs to be done away with.
absolutely not. No. Yes. You have sourdough, and this is our starter, and it's kept in the fridge, which is what we do with sourdough starters, because we want them to be dormant. We call it retard. So we put it in the fridge so that they don't keep growing. And you then sometimes do get this liquid, and you pour it away and you feed it. And that means by adding more flour and a little bit of water. But if this sourdough starter starts to grow penicillin, if we see something green, even black, but pink is the worst, and we have to chuck it. So I hope that answered your question.
Right, so for our online viewers, we're going to show you just in a little while what the distressed sourdough looks like. And what
And for anyone who's joining us today who wasn't here yesterday, you should change your sourdough starter. You should transfer it every 2 weeks into a clean jar. Every fortnight.
You're seeing this?
Right, so this is what I was looking at. Distress, you see that brown liquid there? If you could empty it out, that would be nice.
It looks watery.
Yeah, yeah. still liquid and. Very good.
What's telling us that you don't have to get rid of it, but just saying that you need to feed me, you need to put some more, get rid of the liquid and add
Yes,
some
boys.
more.
So would you like
Every
to
time
do
you,
that?
every time you raise how much?
And we have to work on it. So that's the thing.
Okay, so as I said, these are now ready, so we need to start preparing the sourdough. So we are going to, there are so many different ways to do this. I want to show you a simple way. Okay, so I need a bowl.
So, for the whole,
Yeah, I'm just going to, I think I'm gonna do my new recipe. I have written 100 recipes over lockdown. And it's too big. And I think I'm gonna do this really simple. Okay, so I've got recipes, but I've gone for an even simpler one. Perfect. Thank you. So I'm going to use 600 grams of flour.
so are we going to be making the bread, you know? What's it?
This is the sourdough. We're going to start it.
Oh, you're going to start
Yes.
a whole process again.
No, we're going to start making the sourdough bread.
Oh, the bread.
Thank you.
That's super. And this is to make how many loaves? One loaf?
This maybe 2 or 1 very big one. Okay, so I now have my flour. I've added a little bit of the whole wheat flour to this. I'm going to just keep it very simple. At home, I maybe, my loaf is sometimes 100% whole grain, sometimes 70, but just to start with, I would encourage you to try using the high protein flour, because you will find it so much easier. And it's, you know, it's good to do things in stages and then master the art of making sourdough and start experimenting and increase your whole grain flour. That is really important. So for the benefits of keeping it simple, I'm not adding anything to it.
Okay.
Okay, I hope that makes sense. So now I need a label, please.
Okay, so for those online, Ariel, are you there? Good morning. Is Ariel online? Ariel? Oh, no one is there. Shanae, are you there?
Right.
All right, you hear it clearly, everything?
Yes.
All right, beautiful.
These are quite small labels. So if you, it's fine, I can, I don't really measure anything. Okay, so I would say a normal size ladle is 90 grams to 120 grams. Oh, that's a bit better. Yes, definitely. So I wanted about 200 grams for this recipe, which is 600 grams. And it's interesting because if you make a yeasted bread and you want it to rise, you think, oh, I'm going to increase the yeast. But it's no good. It doesn't do anything. It tastes awful. You have this puffy loaf of bread and the ratio is incorrect and it's nasty. And people do the same thing with sourdough. They put too much of the starter in, thinking it will benefit the bread, it will make it rise, but it does the opposite. It only needs a certain proportion. And I've worked out the proportions of my accountant saying it's very, very simple. And you can even use less sourdough starter and you will still have a wonderful loaf of bread. I took about 200, I estimated it, because I know some of you haven't got scales. So you saw this one ladle will be about 90, yeah, to 100, a big one would be 120. And then I'm going to mix this in, if possible, you could, what is the water, please? It should be, no, no. I haven't. That will, no, it's 600 would be, I have it here. I know it's only about 800 grams of water. Yeah, if you could do me 500 grams of water, which is the mils and grams are exactly the same. And in a professional kitchen, you always weigh the liquid. But again, you'll get so used to it. Yes, we can. We don't even need, if you see it though, we're working perfectly, 600. No. Yes. It seems so little. If we go up to something, I think we might need more. So, put the water in. No, we're not putting oil in, but I do make sourdough with oil, and I'll explain why I do. Not yet. So I was asked about salt, and that is such a good question. So another way to make sourdough is at this stage, you do not add salt. You wait an hour, at least 30 minutes, and we call this auto bleeze. And the reason is because the salt starts to absorb the liquid. And we want the enzymes and we want the flour, the gluten to start developing without the salt creating a structure. So more please. Thank you. This would be a wonderful way of making sourdough bread with a system. And a bit more, please. Good. So now, I hope I'm not going to confuse anybody, so I'm going to show you a few options. So at this moment, it doesn't look very appealing at all. And we're going to leave this for, yeah, I would say an hour. And in the time we're leaving it, we're going to start making our yeasted dough. And I would like to show you how to make yeasted dough, which I know loads of you know, but to show you the different technique of making sourdough bread. It is not like making yeasted dough at all. So it's interesting to compare the two, but we can also eat bread if we make it today rather than.
So let's start this.
Yes.
Right, so those online.
So. Oh, that's what I'm going
Right, so for those online, you can see the texture of it that it was kneaded in. All right.
We might want to make more. You guys want to make, so we can share them. Sorry, all I'm saying is that we might also need to make small bread so we can share it, that people can taste it. That won't be enough. So if you have any bowls, maybe we can use, at least make another one. Is there anything else we could use? Good. So,
All right, so
can you
there's
do
no
that?
salt there.
Okay. And also, I need a piece of roll out the salt and have that at the side. I just asked that we could weigh out the salt and have it at the side because I remember when I was training and I was asked to make 80 loaves of sourdough bread, and I thought, oh, I'm going to do it ever so quickly, and I made 80 loaves without salt, and I had to start again. So the 600. So it's very important when you're at home, life is busy, you easily can forget. You have it at the side so you can actually see it. Pardon? 600. Oh, of that, no, what I did was I would put 200 or 100
Victoria,
grams. Yes.
how long does this stay here?
We're going to just leave it for an hour.
For those who are online, maybe you'd like to take a screenshot. This is how it's going to look. Are you guys seeing it online properly? So, how much grams of water is used in this mixture? Which one? Which one? The sourdough or that one?
How much
The
was it?
sourdough? About 300 grams.
400
About
grams,
400.
but I might even have some more later.
Okay.
Yes. We'll see. We might not need to. We'll have to see how it works.
That's why you're looking at the textures. You all can when you do it. Okay. So right now we are on to what?
Good.
So I'm not doing another one.
So to those online, what we are doing right now, we are going into the practical part of it. So those who are in-house, they are making their own sourdough bread, right? So, Michelle, is this something that you think you would like to implement with your baking?
Definitely. Oh, yes, definitely.
So we're going to come back and visit Sister Michelle when she's all finished. So we have a question or comment coming from the audience.
This is for clarity. Probably I missed a point or a step. These ladies are now making sourdough bread.
In the dough, yes.
Which should be baked today,
No, no,
No.
it won't be baked today.
overnight still.
Yes.
Oh, but
So the only way to get the health benefit that we read out this morning is through a long fermentation.
okay.
So, and these stages don't take long. I just plan my day. I would get up really early and it's done before I, yeah, I just organize myself to do the sourdough. It doesn't take all day, I don't, you know, but it needs to be done only a few days.
After this, then they will move on the yeast bread.
Yes, that's what I want to start quickly to.
Okay.
There's another question.
I think temperature water or warm.
Room temperature.
All right, so maybe I'm the only one that is confused here. So what Sister Michelle is doing presently is going to stay overnight again,
Yes, it will do.
and eventually it's going to go into a pan, a baking pan.
Yes,
Oh. So the longer it stays out, Vicky, the longer this stays out, the better. What she's doing?
well, we know you mix it, so there's different ways of doing it. I don't want to be too complicated, but when I have a baking school,
Right.
and I have normally people training maybe a week or maybe 2 days, then I can make it from beginning to end. But if I have a 1-day baking class, which happens often, I do this process, just what you've seen, and I will add the salt. Okay? I would do nothing else. I wouldn't even mix it as nicely as she's mixed it. I would just do that, and then I cover it up and I leave it in the fridge. And then I take it like this to the baking school in bags, but I make a lot for the people. And then everybody then works on this
Batter.
this batter, yes, this dough, and they go through the whole process. I make enough for maybe 6 people, and then they bake it. And then they start to make the process again to this point, and then they take it home like this. Does that make sense? So you go through the whole sequence, and it is a challenge to teach it in 1 day. And I have to do a few days preparation.
Right, so this one was already.
Yes, so because you missed it yesterday, we took a few tablespoons of this, put it in here, because this is ripe and ready to bake bread with. We put it in here and we added more flour and water and diluted it, and that is called the sponge. This then goes back in the fridge for next time, and this then has another fermentation process overnight before we start the bread.
Yes.
So everybody's done it, clear with that, right? Because I was a bit on sweetness of water.
You
Right.
can add oatmeal as well for 6 grams. Yes. Yeah. Well, yeah, we're going to show you a little bit, but first of all, we have to wait. We have to.
I just got the audio off from the entire feed, right? And I'm gonna say this one more time. There's absolutely nothing wrong with the cameras, nothing wrong with the mic. The only thing you all are not doing is projecting your voice when you speak. Every time somebody do this, the camera picking it up. So if you just throw your voice and speak, the camera will pick you up. But you all are speaking like, do you have to put more flour here? And that's why the camera is struggling to pick up our voice. So just speak. Don't worry if everybody say it a little too loud, because that's what's happening online. They're struggling to hear because you all are just having a conversation with each other and not projecting your voice. All right. So that's when each person is speaking, project your voice and speak distinctly, and the camera will pick you up. Thank you.
Yes.
Vicky, excuse me, what we had from yesterday. Could you show me what we had from yesterday?
Please.
This,
Yes.
this is you want to add
Yeah.
more flour to
I had to add a little bit, but at home I wouldn't have needed to. So I'm just showing you can recover it. If you're in Trinidad, there's no excuse, you can still do it. No salt, no salt. This was just from the starter, flour and water. And this I need to cover, look. Cover it.
When you speak,
Yes, how many did you put in? 2. Yes, mix it together. Yeah, mix it together first. Yeah. Mix. We're just saying how to do it. So first of all, it's easier to just mix the starter in with the flour and then pour in the water gradually. And then we need to weigh out some salt. I'm just looking for my book. How much salt? Can we have 12 grams of salt, please? For somebody else? Yes, and we want to put it by each bowl so we remember.
12 grams of salt, you measure it to go by.
see the difference.
Well,
The glass on the scale is already weighing 14, and I'm to put 12 into the glass, bring it to 20.
You try it.
Thank you.
Amen.
So sourdough is something you have to work by feeling. And the reason is because of the ratio of water absorption to the different flours we use. So my recipe is foolproof, but it will change every time, depending on the humidity. It will depend on the type of flour you use. If you use whole grain flour, and how old your flour is, which you don't know if you bought it from the shop. So you have to be able to make this by feeling. Very important. If I could tell you something else, while everybody is doing this preparation, is that I mill my own grains, and I have bought, I think I have about maybe 8 mills now in the school, and they have stone. They're stone mills. They're about this big, and I know a company now sells a recycled plastic one, which is quite reasonable. He also sells an attachment for a kitchen aid, which mills. But the point is, the health benefits again of milling your own flour add to this process. So let me just explain. I've been milling my own flour. I've had a mill, my first mill, for 40 years. And it still works like magic. But as my baking school has grown, I've had to buy new ones. And the idea is that I want people to come, and I had a 13-year-old girl who didn't realise that flour came from grains. And they come to the school and they experience holding the grains. They put the grains into the mill and flour comes out. And it is amazing. I mean, it's warm and it smells so beautiful. Now, there is one very nice point, not just that it's so aesthetically beautiful, and it's like people say, wow, they get so excited, even adults. They come and they just want to mill the flour. But the thing is, the grain contains a germ, and we all know wheat germ, and wheat germ contains oil. And I would say 85% of the minerals and vitamins and nutrients that are present in the grain are in the germ. And as soon as you mill your grain, the germ deteriorates. And within 48 hours, it has become rancid. And there is absolutely no more nutrients and minerals present in your flour. You have fiber and roughage, but you will not have the nutrients that your body needs. And that is why I like to give the people who come the opportunity to mill their own grain. So it's like a double whammy. You have sourdough bread and you use whole grains that you've actually just milled yourself. And then you go a little bit further, you research the grains and you work with ancient heritage grains which have not been hybridized. And you've got a package of health already. So that might be something else to think about, to have a mill that people can use. The health benefits are really there and important. Okay? At the moment, leave it. That's fine, because we don't want to work anything at this stage. So I just thought I'd add that little bit. And you know, talking about, is sourdough healthier than yeasted bread, the whole point is that you're making something from scratch yourself. Very basic to a wonderful result at the end.
How costly are the milks?
Well, let me think. The wooden ones, which look aesthetically more pleasing, are about 600, 700 pounds, which is quite expensive, but I have had mine for 40 years. But they now do this plastic one because the idea is that they're trying to spread the word about let's keep things healthy. I think that might be about 300. I'm not sure, but I can see, you know, if anyone was interested, if I can get them a discount because I know the man who makes the mills. But yeah. I do hear it's very good business because nearly everyone who comes to the school wants to buy a mill. And I think, no, I'm not a good businesswoman. I should have bills stacked up in the corner of the baking store. But my mind doesn't work like that. But food for thought.
What is the next step?
Okay, how are we doing? Have we gone an hour or how have we gone? Right, so what I'd like to do, if that would be all right, is to start weighing the yeast to make the other bread so we can have a bit of a roll happening here. So first of all, we need more little things. I want to weigh the yeast. I want to weigh the salt separately, please. Yes, that would be excellent. Thank you. I think we can make it. Yeah, it might be easier. So we're going to use this. I'll have the recipe here. This one. So I don't know if you can see, but this is a sourdough. I know it just says the yeasted one, but that's actually a sourdough canute. I might have a picture. Let me see what I have here. Sourdough bread. This is the one I've made. And this is another one. Well, they're all, I only make sourdough bread, so I've only got pictures, but some people want yeasted bread. If you just want to have a look, these are all my sourdough bread. We also have a few photocopies too for some recipes and methods, but I always change things as I go along, but I wanted to show you in colour. It looks a little bit more effective.
Huh? Yes, good
Yeah,
one.
My thought is to have everything weighed out and ready. So we have the recipe and where is it? And how many? I'm giving it away. It was the camel bread one. If you could kindly find it over there. Lisa, could you maybe transit by pixels and I'll have a look to see how it is. We're just going to multiply the recipe. There should be a comment one. little bit more water, but don't mix it too much at this stage. It's not necessary. You don't do any harm, you're just doing what you don't need.
You don't need.
Lovely. So we can almost try it and we can have it ready. But Linda's going to come do it. So, I want to do, yeah. Well, we've got ordinary ground, 1,200. So I would like you to halve it by having half white and half whole. So what we're doing now is we're just preparing the ingredients for a yeasty dough, because I wanted to show the comparison of how you work a sourdough bread to how you work a yeasted dough.
Down to white flour and down to full. You want me to do bread now? Yes, this is the mixture of yeast.
Yeah, we
Mixture, bread and.
Yes, it's another. Hello. Thank you. Right, so let me just explain. So normally in the UK, if I do make yeasted bread, because some people want to come and learn to make bread and they haven't got time to do sourdough, so I'd rather teach them to make yeasted bread. So we use fresh yeast, but it's a bit more difficult for me to buy it. So I've started using just temporarily the dried yeast. And my sort of philosophy is to try and keep away from anything that's been with additives or preservatives, because I'm learning, I've been doing a lot of research into food additives and preservatives, and it is mind-blowing. It is really very detrimental for us, but it's just an idea to plant there to stay away from things that are processed. But one thing, when you're making yeasted bread and you have fresh yeast, the fresh yeast and the salt can combine without any adverse effects. But if you use dried yeast, you have to keep the salt and the dried yeast separate, because the dried yeast and the salt combination will actually prevent it from rising to its full capacity. So you have to, it just indicates that they've done something. It's just, again, something to think about. Okay, so at this point now, you can add the salt. How much salt, Linda? We are timesing our recipe by 6. 30. I'm just going to show you, but a very good question. 30 grams. And it's interesting because some people think that you shouldn't put salt in bread, but then you have no structure.
What do you have in that pan right now?
600 white flour and 600.
Okay.
Just come back.
30 grams of salt. And we're going to mix it together. The yeast we are not going to put in now. The yeast we are going, how much is this? What, 30. So let me just say my recipes, because in the school I said we had fresh yeast. So my recipes are all for fresh yeast. All you have to do to make things simple is to halve it. So if it says 30 grams of fresh yeast, we use 15 of dry. So we need 15, not 30. 1, 5.
Then with the halving, make it in half. Was the salt supposed to be 15 grams? Because 30 grams went in.
Yes, 30 grams of salt is correct. For
Okay.
1,200 grams of flour.
Okay.
But I was said that my recipe, because I want to share this recipe with you, we photocopied them, is for 30 grams because it's fresh yeast. But because I cannot buy fresh yeast, and I don't know if you can, I think in the UK it's starting to be available, but I have to start using the dry yeast.
Okay,
So,
I understand.
to keep it simple, halve it, it'll work. Now for you.
Okay,
I'm
thank you.
sorry I didn't make that clear. And we keep it separate. So now we need to weigh our liquid. How much liquid, please? It's about, yeah, the liquid water. Yeah, so we need 900 grams of water, but you can just do it in that. And warm, please. Do you think an hour's gone? Yeah. Ah, we have honey. Have we got honey here? Then I have to use the bar sugar, please. That would be excellent. Yes, it's just warm. If your water's hot, it will kill the yeast. If it's too cold, it won't do any harm, but it will take longer to activate. So we're going to keep it warm, sort of 37 degrees, sort of body temperature. Yes.
You could talk to the rest of us, please.
What temperature?
It just needs to feel warm and comfortable. I like to keep things simple. You know, once you start getting the thermometers out, you know, it's all too much. I want everybody to feel they can make bread. So when they get it, you can, if you wash your hands, you can put your hand in and feel it. And you said there was some sugar, and I need a spoon, please. Oh. Oh, did you get the water? Oh, thank you. We're just waiting for the kettle. Right, at this point, I would like to ask my helper here to find some seeds. Yes, and sprinkle into here whatever you fancy. Okay. Too hot. Yeah. So hold on, but it must be the also the right measurement as well. Yeah, no, I think we've got that thing. We said, okay, no, we got, yeah.
How about some old food?
2, 4, 7, 8. Right here, yeah?
Yeah, I know, I just,
There. Right, okay, all I'm doing is we're just adjusting the water temperature. Perfect. That's perfect. Do you want to put your hand in?
Yeah.
So how would you describe that? You're taking away the loop. No. No, you don't. Good. Perfect, perfect. You know?
That is the seed of the golden one. That's the seed.
Not that.
And this is sunflower seed.
Oh, yeah.
Tomato.
Yeah. Oh, and a bit more. Oh, lovely. Good. Yes, please. Charmaine, did you buy honey? I think we have honey somewhere, don't we? No. Okay, no problem. Right. So now let me just show you. So we have 15 grams of dried yeast. We have about how much water here? 850. I've done a little less, about 850, and I'm going to put it in there. I'm not putting it in straight away. Okay, and the flour has the salt incorporated into it. I'm going to mix it up. Now, because it is dried yeast, it is quite, it takes a little bit longer than fresh yeast to activate. So what I do is at home, I add either, you can whisk it, I add either honey, agave syrup, I'm sorry about the noise, maple syrup, or coconut sugar. They're the ones that I would normally add, and the other ones that I absolutely love to add is malt extract. So, yes,
You know, most Trinidadians, when we doing on the floor, we add the yeast in the floor.
yeah, this is better.
This is better.
Yes. Okay, and I'm gonna add some sugar, not because I want to have sweet bread, just to activate this. Now, if I'd had more honey, I might have added a little bit more because the combination of sunflower seeds and honey is wonderful. So we're using a brown demerara sugar, and that will be sufficient. And that is 1 dessert spoon to activate the yeast. And then we leave the yeast for 20 minutes to activate. That's all, at room temperature.
the kilo logo, I remember as a child, 9 months ago, I didn't know East side. But I think within modern times, we do just what Brother Gray said. You put the salt in, you put the yeast in the dry flour, and then you do what you have to do. But I understand now what you're saying. Using yeast and sugar in direct combination is not to get yeast and salt in direct combination is not the best thing. I heard it once before.
Yes.
From someone who was making bread. He said, don't let the yeast and the salt get together, but I didn't know why.
Oh, good. And if I had fresh yeast, I would have crumbled it in here, not because it can't meet with the salt, because I would want it to dissolve. That would be the only purpose of putting it in the liquid, to dissolve it first, and then I add it. Now, I was like, I think fresh yeast is better, and in my opinion, it makes a nicer tasting loaf of bread. Try and buy as much fresh things when we can. If we can't, we make the best of what's around us. And that's what I've had to do since the COVID in the UK. Right.
Where would we get the fresh?
Well, then we make the best of this. And you think, maybe I start making sourdough bread and put this away. I thought, good. And we need to measure the oil now, please. Yes. Yes.
Your method of making.
Okay. Well, I have to go. You can make it with sourdough. This is very easy. Thank you. How much oil is there? Perfect. So, can I explain something else to you? You might know it, but for those that don't. So, you've probably heard of French bread. Has everybody heard of French bread? So, let me explain to you. French bread is a baguette. It's a long loaf of bread. If you ever go to France, you buy every morning. It's traditional. You buy a loaf of bread. The next day, you queue up outside the bakery and you buy another loaf of bread. And there's a reason why. Does anybody know why? Because it will be like brick the second day. Your French bread, when you cut into it, will be absolutely perfect and beautiful the first day. The second day, it will be completely stale. And there is a reason, because traditionally, French bread is made from yeast, flour, water, and salt. No oil. And it is the oil that helps to make the bread not go stale. Okay? The oil, there's some proteins that actually work with the flour. And the second thing is your bread lasts longer. And when you cut your bread, we call it a crumb. And when I look for a good loaf of bread, I look at the crumb. And this will give you a beautiful, soft crumb. And also, it will enable you to slice your bread beautifully and thinly, if you wish to have thin bread. So whenever you make bread and you add oil into it, it will help your bread last longer. Now, sourdough is traditionally flour, water, and we are going to add salt. That's traditionally what sourdough is. But I've created lots of recipes using oil. And when I make sourdough with oil, I love it even more. It's a softer crumb, and it's so beautiful to slice. It's just a delight. I can't wait for breakfast. It's so amazing, and it lasts even longer. So just something else to consider. Wait. Oh. I've actually added 68 grams of oil. Because you don't have to do anything to it. Okay. I can do it after the activate already. Right, half an hour gone. I'm not going to put time you get. 15 more minutes. Oh my goodness. Any, because it's got bubbles. Yes. Anybody with any questions? I hope I'm not confusing anyone. Good. And it's interesting, when we buy bread, like in a supermarket in the UK, we expect it to last a week. And then when you read the label, you see about 28 different things in it, and that's why.
So Nikki, let me say something. Sure. I was watching a documentary on YouTube, and a gentleman from the United Kingdom, he went to Japan to examine or to watch their method of making these breads. And he said that Japanese are quite unique, because he said, the United Kingdom is the home of cakes and bread. But it seems that it's shifting away from United Kingdom, like it's going to Japan.
Oh, I'm pleased.
I'm telling you, he was rather surprised to see the type of dough that the Japanese made.
Okay.
It was quite unique, yeah. So I am interested as well, because I want to compare this dough to our dough.
I'm sure it'll be very similar.
Yeah, I want to see.
Because Charmaine's already given me some lovely bread.
Okay.
I would like to share the way that I normally make bread. I used to make bread that conventional way, I would say, but now for years I put in the water. Now I am not a weighing kind of person. I learned just like you how to average. So I put in the water, I put in my sugar, I put in my yeast, right? Then I put in my oil. Well, I don't go with the salt much, right? And then I put in all my dry ingredients. And then that water, if you know that will within that flour and give you a beautiful texture.
Amen.
Yeah, sounds good.
Amen, Sister Julia.
Yeah. I think also, because I'm a teacher, you almost need to exaggerate your method. So to make it obvious to my students when they come.
So I make my bread.
Yes, please. We have a lot of bread makers.
Yes, I do. I make bread. I go order from the neighborhood and stuff like that. So go buy my bread as well. So the same way she activated the yeast, I does the same thing, but without sugar. So I will never think about putting sugar in here. I will activate the yeast one side, but I will also put baking powder in here, because I don't use much yeast at all. So my grandmother taught me to activate yeast in water, in lukewarm water, right? And leave it there. But I put sugar here. So I put the sugar and the salt here. And add all the seeds and the pumpkin and everything of it right here. And then I put that. But never with the sugar. So I'm now learning something new, that I should put sugar as well. Well, I also want to do the sourdough without the yeast to see how it makes the bread totally different texture and shape and stuff. But I also mix my bread so soft that I don't leave it to rest. Yeah, it's so soft that I don't need to rest for long. At least 15 minutes, 20 minutes tops, and that's it. By the time I do, it's over the pan. It's way over the pan. Yeah. So my bread don't rest at all. So this resting process is a thing for me now, because like, wow, so much resting I go and sleep, wake up, and then make my bread. So it's a nice way of doing two things at the same time. So while the bread is resting, I'll go and take a nap, get back up and make my bread, and know for sure it's going to be really good.
That's interesting. But maybe because of the humidity, I can cut down the resting period anyway.
Yeah, because here,
Yeah, exactly. Everything is, look,
everything is bubbles.
Look.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know if I can see this.
Yeah, we can't because the weather and the humidity down here is rising really quickly.
We have
Because they're
bubbles.
showing it, we have bubbles already in our
No, this is the
Yeah.
sponge, the leather. I think we'll put this in now. See, this is how we do it. If it looks a bit dry, we just add more water. Yeah.
So it's all about feeding as well. So you must feed the texture. So you know when to add water, when to stop.
I think that's very good. So we need a bit of flour now.
The friends of mine that don't need add more water. I make it bread size now.
Me, it's not a carpenter use the skill, right? But making bread is a serious technique as well. It's a skill.
Now I'm going to put some water just to show you.
Just taking flat, have it on. We say cork.
I'll just show you, you're such an expert. I'm learning from you. The first thing I do is I stretch, like so, and then I roll it up, I rotate, and I stretch. Roll, rotate, and I stretch. And already it's starting to feel really nice. I have a blue scraper somewhere. Yes. Oh, thank you so much. So already it's really beautiful. I'll do this. And then you can do it any way you like. But when I have trained a lot of bakers in the UK, they make their bread like cannonballs. And I can't understand it. This is lovely and soft and beautiful. So,
Sister Vicky, do you make like box bread?
Box bread.
oh, yes, of course, yes. I do the share and tear, I make focaccia, we make garlic, so many olives and walnuts and beautiful. tomatoes. Have a go for me. And then I'll show you the later techniques.
How long do you need it for?
At least 10 minutes.
Do the same way you do it, or?
Oh, no, I've done the stretching now, so whatever. So while this is happening, could you come? You come and put your salt into your sourdough, please. And I don't know where mine is.
Does she need to continue stretching it or just knead it?
Just kneading now. Oh, I put it quick over here.
Vicky, does that dough sit a while after? Or you gonna put it in one time?
Sit a while.
It will sit, definitely.
I know.
Do what?
I know, they put mine in a pan and they sit in the pan.
Oh, no, I do. I haven't asked for the things in my baskets.
Did you put your salt already, Vicky?
Yeah, we need to add the salt now to the sourdough.
That one's good in it.
Okay.
And I'm adding a little bit more water because it feels a bit tight.
So how do you put it just like this?
You can, yes, but I was going to show you a few more techniques. Thank you. So I just need this. This is, thank you for kneading it so beautifully.
She just continue to knead.
So there are a few more sort of techniques. It's folding it up into itself, and all this is creating something called tension.
Yeah.
And the problem is, if you don't have a good structure, you won't have the best dough you can make. So you need to work on the tension. And then this is a really nice method where you drag it towards you. I don't know if the camera is picking up what I'm doing. But it's, as I'm doing this, and it's quite a nice loose loaf dough. As I'm doing this, it's creating the tension, and that's what we want. Then, when you do it, you are just so yes,
I'd like
please.
to suggest something.
Yes.
Normally when it's that sticky, for me, I normally use olive oil on the counter. So I don't know if it could do this, if it's the same process. But the olive oil on the counter.
I do sometimes put olive oil
Yes.
on. I think that's a really nice way of doing it too.
The olive oil on the counter. If I find a little too sticky and the flour is too much flour.
Do you add any water to your sourdough when you put it on? Or
Yours is lovely, you don't need to add anything. I needed to because mine was a bit stiff. I'm just going to leave it a little bit now.
As add the salt to this now. Add salt.
Yes.
Vicky, how do you know when to stop?
When I can see that it is holding like a ball, you know, it has that sort of lovely, sort of soft, pliable feel to it. It's almost like elastic. There's a bit of elasticity in the dough when I'm working it. I'm nearly there. I would say
I'm happy with that, really.
I have a question. Normally when I make bread,
Yes,
I will take that dough
yes.
and I will rub it on that counter. I will beat it and I will put it
Yes, sister.
on the counter.
Ooh.
And then I chop it up, chop it up, chop it up. And that brings in this smooth texture and give it a nice rice, much more faster than just beat it.
Oh,
So, yeah, I'm giving some. That's a good idea.
No, good.
But you know, I think there are many ways, yeah, to the same goal.
So there's no wrong with it. From what I'm hearing, all these different methods, some like getting to the same place.
Yes,
So it's like what Granny used to teach who, and whoever learned from under who.
definitely. I mean, there are just a few certain principles, and as long as
I like the stretching principle.
yeah, that's just encouraging the fibers and encouraging the gluten.
Yeah, but it's almost like, you know, like your warm up before you exercise.
Yes.
You know, so you get the stretch.
True.
And then you could beat it up like how Leslie and Papa.
That's it. And at home, I try not to use the cling film too much. And when I was trained many, many years ago, we just used wet tea towels. And the reason you cover it is because you do not want it to form a crust.
My grandmother used to do that same wet towel.
Yes, it does.
And that is the way forward. Wet tea towels, definitely.
And hide it. Like with hands.
And if you get a crust, it will inhibit it rising. That's the only reason. It's not that any people think you need to keep the heat in. No, it's just for that reason. So if somebody could cover that for me, thank you. Right, let me just show you how to work the sourdough. Now, at this point, I would normally, we have added our salt, and now the sourdough is ready to start. And I adjust it. I don't know if any of you saw me, I added a little bit more water because I felt it was a bit too stiff, right? And it is important that you do have a feel for what you're doing. And so the way you work sourdough is in the bowl, okay? And I would normally now leave it outside in the fridge. Sometimes I don't have room in my fridge and I leave it outside, but it's too hot for that here. So, you stretch and you tuck. Can you see? And that's why I wanted to make the yeasted dough so you could see. Completely different. Now, if you leave it overnight, it will have even more elasticity. But this is the first time that we're doing it, and it's still pretty good. Can you see? Okay, and that's it. I am again creating tension, and I'm tucking it under, and I'm going to leave it for 30 minutes. And I will repeat that 5 or 7 times. Yeah.
So the same bread that gonna. Same bread.
Yes.
Just a longer process.
This is sourdough, and this is what makes sourdough special. So what I am doing now is building its structure.
Right.
It has no structure at all.
So in Trinidad, right? In Trinidad here, we have to like make a lot of bread for a big family. So if you're going to do that, you have to do a lot more
Yeah.
In order for you to have this long process, because I mean,
Yes.
one really gonna
I
do
mean-
that, the hard work with
Yeah, I mean, I don't
3 times a week.
I don't really have the biggest family, but I have 5 children
But the family trailer,
that are all grown up now, but I used to make bread for them. I used to make sourdough bread, and it was possible. So there were 7 of us, and visitors come.
so you gotta start making your bread from like Tuesday, you gotta start making your bread from like Tuesday for weekend.
Yes, can I tell you another thing that is quite interesting? When you freeze bread, so that's what I did. Okay, I would make bread, and I would maybe make 1 large loaf of bread, but the rest I would put in the freezer. And the way to freeze bread is when it's warm. If you wait until your bread is cold and you freeze it, it will be a little bit stale. It's never the same as fresh bread. But if you wait when you've made it, not hot, warm, you have to wrap it in plastic, like a reusable bag, whatever you have, and you freeze it. And what happens? What would happen when you put something warm in the freezer within a plastic bag? Sorry? Absolutely, absolutely. And that moisture will help keep the freshness of the bread. My daughter got married, and she said she was getting married in a wood, and she wanted to make, she wanted me to make all the bread for her, and I thought, how am I going to make all the bread in a wood? Because I wanted her to have, the bread to be nice, and it was something like she was getting married on Sunday, so I had to make it on Friday. And I have some friends who offered me their communal kitchen, and they helped me make all this bread, and we made loads and loads of bread. Linda came to my wedding, to this wedding, but what I wanted to say was I used that method. I froze everything warm, and then 5 o'clock in the morning, I collected all the bread. We went to the woods, and everybody thought I baked it fresh. It was that beautiful.
So this process that we waited 30 minutes, you said you were going to wait 30 minutes?
We're going to cover it because of the same principle, and we're going to let it rest.
Right, but when you are doing it at home, you say you do it about 7 times?
I do. So I make a time when I know, like maybe when I'm coming from work, possibly early.
So that's 30 minutes every 30 minutes?
Yes.
7 to 30 minutes?
Yeah, or I do it maybe on a Sunday when I'm at home, and I get up early and I fit it in with my lifestyle. Yeah. But feel comfortable to freeze bread.
It's, it would have been better we didn't know about this method. I mean, if that was the only method you knew, that would have been relevant. But after 30 minutes, I don't really know what I'm doing. 7 to 10 minutes, that's what I make bread for.
And what more do you want?
And this one too. So, whoever was doing sourdough bread with me, could they come and do the stretch?
That was.
Try it.
She didn't even have brown nothing, she didn't have average going one day.
But you can do things. I can put the washing on, I can hang my washing up, I can do my garden, I can prepare my food. I'm not going to sit and wait like you're watching for 30. Time at home is precious.
Yes.
I use it, yes.
So we multitask.
Yes.
Women can multitask. Men can multitask, so they don't want to.
All right.
Not even science, but
And I must say something else.
I I disagree with what she just said.
I agree, women multitask, so we will make
No,
the
no, no,
bread.
you see, in life, there are options that you didn't, I'm the option. I'm the, just don't know what they're talking about.
Right, can I just
So
quickly,
Celestian, what are you doing there now?
yeah, but can I just
You want to stretch and
explain?
flip it or something?
You've got, so it's stretching and tucking under, and your hands need a bit more flour to be comfortable with the bowl.
Sister Celestian, you need to get into the frame so we can see your professional flip.
And I would like to tell you something, and I have a video to prove it. I have a 5-year-old, I have 10 grandchildren, but I have a 5-year-old granddaughter who makes sourdough bread. And it is amazing. And I have a video if anybody would like to see the proof in the pudding.
How old is Charles?
5.
So get down,
And that's my indictment of women, not my daughter. That's my 5-year-old.
And my sons can make sourdough bread. So it's not just women thing, not at all. Yes. So first, make your hands a little bit more comfortable, right? And then, I'll show you, taking it, and then you're tucking it under. And you're doing that, and you're rotating, 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 and then you're done. How you doing? Right, okay, so at this point, we're going to adjust it, okay? Please. We've left something at home, Charmaine, that we need. Some of those baton baskets, but we might have to improvise. I'm good at improvising. You don't want too much flour. Yep. Yes, almost. Yes, almost.
Is the pan too small for her?
So you're stretching Michelle enough or is it a plan?
Yeah, mine's really smaller.
Michelle wants smaller.
Yeah, and my fan is smaller, but mine's just.
Yes, let me just
Yeah, as big breads.
right.
I don't want to take any barrier for some sort.
Right.
You can't almost solve.
No, mine's small.
Yeah.
Can you see what I'm doing? But the interesting thing that you will see the next time I stretch it, how much easier it is.
Tuck and turn. Stretch, tuck and turn.
That's it.
Not too stiff, Michelle. You're just looking pretty elastic.
Right.
Not too high.
No. So what I want you to do is clean your hands. Take all the dough off. Yes. Right. This is a very good way of cleaning your hands. See, this is how bakers clean hands. Yeah. Right. Let me feel it now. Right. Okay. I need a little bit more.
So,
Don't worry. You're doing it with gusto, that's why.
So once you make it circular around, that's it, right?
Yes, and you could have a little bit more flour too. Sorry. So we need a little bit over there, and we're just going to warm this. Oh, look, already it's changing. Okay, it's ready. Now, look, you then take it and you tuck under it. It's still a little bit soft though.
They have small hands. Small one. I think I get the top, right?
It's a bit like the emoji, that's how it should be. It's good. Next time we could even add a little bit more if you need to. Did you get it?
Yeah, but the Zoom, so all you have to do is tilt your board forward and I go. Like when you want to.
Show you all the things different.
Yeah. So, you can put it in the oven now, it's gonna work. Yes, so.
Right, okay, I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna let this one rest a bit now.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'll add some more flour.
Because next up, I can't dump it enough. It's come out so. Only dumpling I can make is cornmeal dumpling because cornmeal has, cornmeal has.
That's it, no, you don't need to do that, this is the thing. Because you're such a good normal bread maker, you are doing it with gusto. So we need to be just a little bit more, it's more fragile, sourdough. So, look, we're getting there. These we need to incorporate in a bit more. We can have a look at that next time. Look. But it's still mixing. So, I don't know what's happened here. Because I'm trying to mix it in. So look, if you can't, no, not that you can't mix it. If it's too sticky to mix that way, you can just hold it in the middle.
Yeah.
Vicky, can you just take it out of the pan and just do it on you?
No, because there's no control. Sourdough, absolutely. You always work sourdough bread, in my opinion. There are hundreds of different ways people like to do it, but in my opinion, to get the best result, you work it in the bowl, always.
Yeah, whole spoon.
But I'm sorry, I bring a small bowl.
Probably not that small.
Not that small, but that's what I had.
So we're gonna leave it like that,
Oh, that's good.
and we're gonna just see how it will be in 30 minutes. 20 to 30, probably even 20 here.
20 minutes is right.
Okay.
The heat.
Yes.
Okay, brilliant.
So everybody in the audience, check 20 minutes and let us know when 20 minutes is up so we can.
All right, 10 past. 10 past 1.
So what implements do we have for baking bread in?
Ingredients, you said?
No, what do I bake the bread in? Yes. Which are? So at home, I have a proving basket, which I'll bring tomorrow to show you, which give you those beautiful, and with lots of limes as well. That will work very well. We fry yeast in. And how do you normally oil them? By giving off? Yeah. If we can do that, that would be lovely. Yeah, please.
So Vicky,
I'm coming. Oh, can I just show you how nicely it's doing here?
yeah. That's how it is from you.
Yes.
What do you all partake? What do you all eat bread with?
What do I eat it with?
Yeah, bread. What are your some things here that you use?
I think avocados come, yeah, very close. I also like to make like tomatoes and peppers and onion and garlic.
Tomato.
I never heard of a choker, but I make a choker. If you cook it a little bit, yes, with olive oil. Yes, I love to do this. Yeah.
Do you roast the tomatoes?
Yes, absolutely.
So that's one of the things you do. What else? What else do you use? Avocados, what else? Tomatoes.
Avocado.
Do you use eggplant?
Yes, I do. We do. Is it baba ganache? It's called baba gush. Yes. So, Olinda, tell us, because it's from your heritage. Come and join me if I
She doesn't know.
I don't know.
Well, we just find out what you all eat. What you all eat with it.
So do you know what baba ganoush is? Has anybody heard of it?
It's Israeli.
So it's like a sort of Middle Eastern.
It's like a what?
It's a Middle Eastern dish. So it's aubergines are pureed with garlic, with oil, salt, pepper,
lemon juice
juice.
and olive oil.
Yeah, and you basically you cook the aubergines. Normally you do them like on an open flame, so the skin goes really brown, and then you can scrape out the soft flesh, and then you mix it with all the other.
We usually stick some garlic and things inside it.
Inside.
Yeah, so that's a roasted it is.
Bygone, right?
Oh, that's lovely. Yes.
The garlic is going inside.
You see, I'm here to learn as well. Definitely.
You understand what she said it was baba ganoush.
Bygone.
Yeah, it's the same on my choka, what we call it.
Also, we do hummus. Chickpeas and tahini. And this is the thing, I'm very much aware of putting more seeds into my diet. And tahini is a wonderful way of doing that. That is just sesame seed paste.
Yeah.
So it's lemon juice and olive oil, a little bit of olive oil and garlic. And that's hummus. And you can put roasted peppers into it, caramelized onions. Yeah, beautifully it goes with sourdough bread. And even I do a really nice little tofu mix that we have on our sourdough bread too.
Well, do you make fried bits? Fried bits. Okay.
The concept of fried with bake, but the boil going off.
All right. Yeah, because most of those things that we talked about, the tomato and bygone and so on, baba ganoush. Yeah, we use it with sada, fried bakes and so on.
Fried bakes, I don't quite understand fried bakes.
Okay, so you do the same flour thing there?
Yeah.
And it has treat it well.
You mix it really slowly, you fry it, but you have a pot on the stove with oil.
Yes.
You fry the flour.
I've never heard that before.
Okay, we work in circles, like about that.
Well, you need to stay back for our training, what do you call it? Cooking course.
Yes. Definitely. But
Go back and you're gonna try.
I also brought pimento pumpkin bread for you to try.
Oh, thank you.
Homemade bread.
And salad roti.
I mean, this is what is so lovely. I mean, I don't want to be disrespectful to the British, but I am a mixture. I'm not really.
Fully.
I don't want to be disrespectful, but I don't enjoy the typical British diet at all. There's nothing in England as a meal, you know, that you would say, oh, you know, I've got to come to the UK and eat their food. I mean, it's fish and chips, it's steak and kidney pie, you know, it's very not what I eat. But for me to come to different countries and enjoy the culture, the people, and then the food,
Yes.
is so special. Yeah. And to learn, I love to learn as well.
So tomorrow, please, Lord, we could probably do a trade-off. Samisha, if that banana breads.
She ate banana bread.
Oh, it was very
With
nice.
walnuts yesterday.
Very nice, yeah.
Sister Shaman was so kind to share with us.
Sister Shamika gave the salad roti style.
Yeah, she gave salad roti. Yeah, roti worry about it.
I'm looking forward to it. So we're waiting for the bread, and the next thing we will continue to every 30 minutes. So I'm changing it a little bit. Let me just hopefully make this clear. You know, when we combined the salt and everything was in a lump with the sourdough bread, you can then freeze it overnight, okay? Or you can do the working that I've done, because I want to show you the process, and then you can put it in tins or however you do it and leave it overnight. But I prefer to leave it overnight before I do this process, because it changes, it becomes like silk. It's like cords of silk. It just, you know, in your hands, it's so responsive. So that's the reason that I would prefer to do it the other way.
We're going to stretch these now again. 30 minutes on.
No.
It's
1:20. We decided I'm in Trinidad.
It's 10 past 1.
I'm on Trinidad time.
20 past in one is there?
Oh,
We have to 7 things.
Excuse me.
Ready?
You said you prefer to put it in the fridge overnight and then do the stretching method. Do you still have to do it 7 times, even though you leave it in the refrigerator overnight, and then you stretch the method next week?
Right, so you saw it as a lump with the salt added, okay? That's the thing, as I said, I would then leave it overnight in the fridge, because I'm saying I'm taking it to the baking school, for example. And then I want all my students to do the stretching and the thing. But leaving it overnight, it changes composition. The whole structure becomes much easier, okay? So when you stretch and put it, it's quite wow, you know, where we did it and it was a bit resistant. But you will see it will start to change. But even so, when we get it ready, we will still leave it overnight because it needs that extra fermentation boost.
So do you say cover it with plastic wrap overnight?
So overnight, I would, my sourdough seems to just grow. It's so responsive. It's so difficult to put it in my fridge. So I put it in my fridge and I have to use the plastic, and I oil the plastic on the top of the sourdough because it will stick to it. I then put a damp tea towel on the top, and I try and put it in a bowl. I've got room for disaster to happen. Yeah.
Thank you.
So right now, we're just waiting to add the dough to the pans.
Yeah, but I'm going to show the process of how I shape it as well. So, no, it's not quite ready yet, nearly.
How long again before you shape it?
At home, I wait an hour.
Well, I think our oven is done. No, we did an hour, we did. It should double in size.
I mean, look, if you look at it, it looks beautiful. I would say another 5-10 minutes and it will be perfect. I have learned not to rush bread too much because the results of just that extra 5 minutes are amazing.
Excuse.
Yes, please.
When I don't want to wait long, I put plastic on top to generate so it can take off.
But here, it's so different.
Yeah. You know, especially in the night, you might want to sleep, trust me. I want to go in my bed.
Definitely.
Yes, generation.
Yes, I agree.
Or even just put it on the counter
Yes.
and put pan over it.
Exactly. You
But
can
my
do
grandma used to
that.
do like that. She said, put this on the counter and put the pan over it, and in no time. Because it heats.
I like the oven. I rest the pans on top of the stove, so the heat coming up while
I guess that too. Right, 5 minutes.
I agree with everybody. It works, everything.
I would try to set the next method the fast way, quick.
This is quick too. Yeah, it's quick.
I see you're always in a hurry.
Yeah. I don't care if that's all, I don't think I know. Set time. Like the one when I'm listening to set time.
what's the serving was explaining, even the bread moist by putting it in the warm. If I don't put it in when it was warm, what I do, when I take it out and I slice it, I just put it into some regular like water and put it in the oven, and that brings back the freshness.
Yes, it does, but it's never as good. And it was interesting because I was working out my fridges at the school. I've got one big fridge. At home, I've got a fridge. And I'm thinking, how am I going to store? But these very kind people had loads of freezers, so it was fine. But because the woods didn't have an oven, I didn't have that choice. So it was a good, I like to be out of my comfort zone and then I can solve problems. And that was a good solution. So ever since then, I have used the same thing. So we have no online questions today.
What is online?
Oh, that could be the reason.
What watch on YouTube?
Okay.
So you can communicate.
Yes, they are. They send messages about live chat.
Are you saying nice things?
No, they're saying that they're not hearing people on this week.
Come back on the Zoom.
Any questions, brethren, sisters?
I didn't hear this part, so I'm asking, is it going to be today?
Not the sourdough, but we will be baking the other bread. Oh, we need to put the oven on, please. Thank you for reminding us. You gave yourself the job. What's the, I need to sit down. Yeah, 210. I like to do it even higher. So, I've been asked the temperature. What temperature do you normally bake your bread on? Do your ovens go up to 230 degrees?
It all depends on the type of stove you have.
Yes, of course. So my answer is you do it quite hot. The way to do bread is for 10 minutes you do it on a hot temperature. I do it 220 at home on my ovens. Yes, Celsius, for 10 minutes. And what happens, the first 10 minutes, it's initial heat boost, and the bread rises right up. After 10 minutes, I look at it and I use my intelligence and I think, oh, it looks cooking. I'm going to turn it down maybe to 190 for another 20 minutes. Normally.
Question from Zoom, from YouTube, what's the longest time sourdough lasts for steak?
Once it's been cooked, how long it can last?
How long can the sourdough last?
It can last maybe 4 or 5 days. And the way I look after it is not to wrap it in plastic, but to wrap it in a clean tea towel when I've used it.
That is when it's cooked.
Yes, a cotton, you know, a nice cotton one.
That's if you have it out to eat, but can you have the bacon sourdough, freeze it, and keep it for a long period?
Yes, you can. You can. It won't be quite as fresh, but perfect for toast.
It's time for me to the 20 minutes is here. Thank you.
Now, if anybody would like to see my granddaughter making sourdough bread, I have the video. It's that one. this one, if you want to start. To show people that you don't need to be old. Yes.
Second time you're going to stretch the door. It's more lively now.
How does it feel?
It feels very good now. A little more easier than this time.
So we cut in the yeast bread now. We cut in the yeast bread, rolling it and put it in the pan. But yeah, we weigh it.
Well, you don't have to weigh it at all. I mean, it's only because I used to work in production that everything had to be fair. And also when you put it in the oven and it's equal, it cooks at the same time. How many you got? How many tins?
Yeah, 4 tins.
Oh, it's smaller. It's really small. That's fine. Right, so let me show you. I mean,
Sister Julia,
okay, let me show you how I fold my bread. There are many different methods.
Yes, yes.
Okay, but all I'm trying to do is create more tension and structure. Okay, into 3. And turning it round. With the heel of my hand. And into 3 again, and rotate. Get the book out, don't you? Doing pasta and bread. I don't need to go to the gym.
No.
I just go to the baking school.
Right, so I think this ready now.
Whoa!
That's called small reliable and put challenging. This is time around. So
Okay.
this have to stay for 30 minutes again and then we repeat. So Juliet, I think you'll need some water. No.
Perfect.
Tough.
Right.
Stretch.
So now you stretch it out again.
Stretch it on the seat.
I'll come and look in a minute. I'll just show you how to do this one. Okay, and then you get your hands and you roll like so, and you tuck it. Yeah, and what you're doing is you're amalgamating both doughs together and you're creating a tension as you're doing it. Can you see? Pull it back a bit. Good. And then here, and then you get to here and you have a lid. You take the heel of your hand and you push it down. And then you take this and you right. Now you just push together the two ends, and then you roll the seam, and then you take the sides and you push them under. So all the time we're thinking of tension, 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 tension. That's it. And you get your beautifully oiled. Thank you who did that. And you just push them in a little bit, and that's it. We could have even put more dough in, but we've made them a bit small. Cool. Right. So it feels good.
So Monica is coming to try one.
We make
And
this.
I'm going to stretch my.
Yes, I need 2 people, please. And also, if before you do that, you can just work the dough just a little bit before you start.
Mine is getting there.
Just use the flour. Right, so we've got 2 here, and you need to cover them with a tea towel. Yes, does this smile? Oh, thank you. Good. So I'll come here. It does go higher this time. Also, when I make sourdough in such a large bowl, I have a larger quantity and it's easier to work. Good. And that's what it looks like. Nice, becoming very smooth.
I hope I'm doing good.
So I need a tea towel for these 2. Oh. It won't take long in this heat before we put them in the oven.
Somebody.
How am I doing?
Good. So you need this to make sure. So we've got a smaller one here. I can do it the same as you, and then maybe it's easier.
How many times do you like roll and stretch?
Twice.
Twice.
So 1, 2,
Good.
so you probably need to do it once more, don't you? Well, you don't need to do it now. You can do it twice.
Yes.
Okay. I'm just talking here to find out how many times, because we never want to overwork the dough. It's hard enough as it is. We do as much as we need and no more. Right. Yeah, this could be a bit small, but it doesn't matter. Right. And then we do this. So we're going to take it and tap it under and pull it back a bit. When I do it fast, I don't do the tapping under, but I have a method to do it, and I want to show you slowly. Then you get to that point, and now, no. So you're at this point, and what you want to do is that these two pieces of dough join together. Okay? And then we flatten it again, make it flat, and then you can pull it flat and push it. There are many different methods, but this is a really nice method. Just make sure it's joined. Roll it on the seam. Don't put your hands down. You're being too gentle. And then make sure this is really very small, but it's thin. It's this bit here that you tuck under. Have you ever seen it? It is. So see this here, this joint, you want to get rid of that. And then it's long. Yes. Obviously, you need more tone than normally. So, just perfect. Move them under here. So, look what I do. So if you want to do what you're doing, I'm going to wait for these, and then we can just stop before we put them in the oven and show people how we can spool them. And then we can just continue doing our 20 minutes while we're doing the other thing, the lunch. Oh, I forgot. Take photos.
Yes, as we continue, we had that on the second day we exchanged one of our recipes with a demonstration for Linda and Vicky on how to do roti. So we have the dal puri, which would be a whole wheat dal puri, and we have the what we call paratha or local wasapshat. So Sister Shale would be doing the paratha or wasapshat, and Sister Stuart will show us how to do whole wheat
Canterbury. So
Amen.
we'll hand you over to Sister Shade now.
Amen.
Hello everyone.
Sister Stuart and Sister Shadi.
Does she need the mic? I just had to talk her this loud enough. So if you have the mic, oh, take it. Yeah, that's about all my people.
Sister Shadi, which one you doing?
What's your shot?
What's up, shot?
Yes. Hello, everyone. Hi, everyone. Hi. So I'm not accustomed teaching flour or food. I normally teach art, so this is a new trick. So bear with me, right? I will be volunteers. So today we're making paratha. So let me give you an example of how it looks. So today we'll be making this guy here. And everyone can get a sample and see and taste this, right? I made it last night. So all we need for this are flour, baking powder, sugar. That's it. And water and milk. Salt is optional, so it's up to you if you want to use salt, as well as my butter. So I'll say this again. So we want to go healthy. We want to do it in healthy vegan way, right? So usually I'll use a lot of cooking, ghee, but all those are cow fat, pig fat, this fat, that fat. So I usually use the country house margarine butter, which is the closest to the healthiest thing, right? So usually, but it does change the consistency of it a bit. Whereas the ghee would have it very fluffy. This has more of a flaky, it is fluffy but more flaky texture to it, right? So, what we're going to start with is 4 cups of flour. Sorry. Oh, sorry. And a bowl. Or bowl. They're too big, but they'll work. Actually, let me use it in this bowl. So you want 4 cups of flour. This is strictly white flour, but you can add whole wheat and other flours. I have not tried spelt and the other grains, so I've only tried the whole wheat and the white. So what I will do is usually use 3 cups of white flour to 1 whole wheat flour. Usually I don't measure. We just throw half a bag in the bowl that we are measuring today. So 3 cups. Yes. Three and 1 cup of whole wheat flour. So this should give you about 6 loaves, we call them loaves. So they look like this. I'll show you the process to get in here. Right, so we have our flour. Next we'll do our baking powder. So usually we use 2.5 teaspoons of baking powder. Okay. So with paratha, we use much baking powder. We use less baking powder than we'll use in dumplings. 1, 2. If I'm going too fast, please let me know. If I'm going too slow, please let me know. So we have the baking powder. Usually use just a pinch of sugar. So not too much, just a pinch or 2 teaspoons of sugar or tablespoons of sugar. You don't use salt, but I will throw a little salt in this one because you will taste the one that doesn't have any salt. So this one will have a little salt, so you will see the difference in the flavor. Okay. Yes, but and usually you just put like a pinch. That's it. You don't want it. So when you have this, you just mix your dry ingredients up, and then you have this. Now you want to do your liquid, and that is milk and water. We're using milk because it gives it a more buttery, fluffy feel. You can either use coconut milk or I use the Lasco soy milk, but the original, right? So it's up to you, whichever one you use. So I usually use this brand. And this is 1 cup of milk. Make sure. Yes, 1 cup of milk to 1 cup of water. And you want it lukewarm, warmish, not too hot, not too cold. Yes.
Could you use a normal plant-based liquid milk?
Yes, you could use regular milk.
Would it be the same quantity?
Yes, same quantity. Same quantity. You're not putting so much milk to make cornflakes and milk. So you don't want it overly sweet, but just enough to give that taste of the milk. Probably 2 tablespoons, yes, thank you. Any questions so far, or we have it? Yes. Sugar is just, that secret recipe you want to just show you. You don't have to put it, so it's very optional. But that is just give it a little sweetness compared to, because we are watering down milk, because we added another cup of just water to this milk. In a bowl or in a cup. Yes. So we have 1 cup of milk, and then we have 1 cup of water, just water. So you may not use all this milk, right? You just do it enough to get the right consistency for the batter. So now you're throwing a little bit, and who can remember this method? We did this yesterday. Fingertips. Now what will we make when you're doing fingertips? Right. So finger tipping. So you see how everything kind of lend to each other. So just finger tipping.
You add the water gradually.
Yes. Yes, you add the water gradually. You add it. You don't want to throw it to drown the flour. Just enough. So you can get crumbly like this. And you keep going. Yes.
Hold it fingertip or rub it in method.
Rub it in. Yes. So you keep at it till all the loose flour is now clumped up. So far so good. Basic. Somewhat easy. Yes. Yes, it gets watered down. It gets watered down. Because you don't want to keep roti and it's all it tastes in is milk. You want a hint of it. You want it. So you keep at it. You have the option now of either throwing it on the table and mixing it up, or keeping it in the bowl and doing the same process. Make sure your table wise, and you make sure all. Yes. So we see how it looks here, right? All clumped up, and we just clumping it up as we go, squeezing it. Yes, it's like making pasta, definitely. The only difference is we're not going to need it for half an hour. You can add a little more water. You're clumping it up. Again, there are different ways to do this. There are different methods. There are different. Yes. Well, I'm not using the oil yet in this case. So you see, it's a bit sticky. So you just add a little water to this. Not water, sorry, flour. But you don't want it dry either. And this is the method we're going to use. We're not going to do this. We're not going to knead it. You're not going to do that because it tends to stiffen the flour. So we just squeeze in and turn it. Squeeze and roll, squeeze and turn. And you do this for 5 minutes. Put baking powder, sugar, and just a bit of salt. But the salt is optional. Yeah. Any questions? Any comments? Any queries? Just looking at it. So this is supposed to give you about 6. 6 good size one. Or if your tower is smaller, you get more. So you're just rolling it based off of how big your tower is. And we all know what a tower is. Do we know what a tower is, Vicky? A tower or pattern. So I'm going to show you. So this device here, we call a tower. A pattern, is there another name for it? In stone. Right. How many minutes have I been at it? Anybody know? So again, you just roll, squeeze. You keep turning as you go. Same thing with the pasta though we did. You want a smooth consistency, but with the paratha, there's a lot of reason rested. Yes. I've never tried it.
So I don't know if you can use that campaign or those other, I'm not sure. Maybe you can, but yes.
I'm sure you could use
Coconut,
sugar.
sugar, yes.
Yes, and if you want coconut sugar not to be dark, if you want it to be pale, you whiz it in the machine. So when I make vegan ice cream, I use coconut sugar because if I use agave, it makes it too liquid, and I whiz it and it becomes very pale. And so you don't change the color.
Okay, we got that?
And also it works like an icing sugar.
Icing sugar.
A healthy one.
I just want to dispel a myth that comes up in every cooking scenario, where people hear the word SUGAR and they automatically think confectionate, white, processed, refined. So all things sweet that becomes evil. The reality is the human body needs salt and sugar in order to function.
Yes.
There's absolutely nothing wrong with brown cane sugar because it's actually from a fruit. And we are so privileged in Trinidad to have cane fields, so we have local production of brown sugar, but Guyana in the Caribbean has proven to be, they are skillful because they use a lot of the old milling systems and the extraction equipment that is closer to before technology is what it is today. So Demerara sugar is one of the most popular and best when it comes to sweetening your meal items. Alright, so I know the go-to when we think vegan is agave, maple syrup, and honey, but those things are syrups, and they also change the texture of cooking items. But the crystallized, pure cane sugar, when dried and extracted, is very, very helpful. Just like with all things, you're not going to overdo it. Hence, according to, and that's what happens when we create dishes. We don't take into consideration the combination of 4 dishes and we put excessive in every dish. And then you end up with an overload. But the reality is, sometimes even cakes. Do you know that crystallized sugar helps combine with the baking soda to give you the fluffy texture so that all cakes don't come out like bread and sweet bread? Yes, it contributes. Whatever that chemical process is, ask for scientists. But when they come together, they create textures for different products. So there's absolutely nothing wrong. Try to get the organic one, try to get as close to the earth as possible, but don't run from putting things that your body needs like salt, sugar, other vitamins and minerals. You actually need it in micro sizes as opposed to the starch and the protein and carbohydrate which you need in a macro portion. So I just wanted to put that out there for all our benefits.
So 5 minutes got because time is up. So you see the consistency is a bit different from where it first began, right? It's a lot more smoother, and this is where we're gonna rest for 10 minutes. Right? There's a lot of resting in this process. So you're gonna put it in our bowl. But before we do that, this is where we're gonna take a little bit of oil. Right? Whether you have vegetable oil,
Whether you have vegetable oil or cooking oil or olive oil, any oil. I used olive oil for the batch you're going to taste, so you're going to try a different oil just to see if there's a difference in taste. What you're going to do is just a little bit. So I usually use the cork or the cap, and you just drizzle a little bit on it, and you're gonna cup some honey. And you're gonna press it down. This it down, yes. This it down. And you're gonna flip it on the same thing. And if it's too dry, add some more oil. And this is just a process for like a minute. You're not gonna do it for long. Just for the oil to kind of soak into the dough. So we see how it will work. Yes, correct. It should should be fine. And then now we're gonna take a damp paper towel. Damp paper towel is important because usually when you put something over it, it has a crusty feel. This helps to prevent that. And you're gonna put this down on top of it, and then you're gonna use a regular towel, regular kitchen towel, tea towel, and you're gonna leave this resting for 10 minutes. Right? So while we do that, I can give out some samples and you could try the roti skin and get a taste of how it feels until we come back to this. Just one taste. Yeah. It's a little crispy because when I put it in the warm up, it crisps up, so mind the crispiness. Any questions, any concerns, queries? Yes. Yes, yes. So what tends to happen is after that process, yes, and I remember what's here. After that process, then you'll be using our butter. Because what we have to do is we're going to roll it out, spread the butter, close it up, and then put it there, and that has to rest for another hour or longer. No worries, I have some that are already done. So we'll be rolling out these, and you'll see how we'll flip it. Everyone can get a chance to, well, whoever wants to participate, flip it and set it on the table. No worries, you don't have to wait an hour. But leaving it for an hour helps the gluten activate. You want to leave it to rest. Because what happens is that the flour gets very tense and tight, and you want it to come back very soft and almost gooey like. So this is why we do that. But it got cold. Yes? There's nothing else. So usually, so you have the butter, you can put it on a plate, you can put it on whichever you want, but I tend to just leave it in the paper wrap. And you have, correct me, who can give me the name of it? You know those? Where is it? I saw it somewhere. It's like this. Spatula, those spatulas. You can either use these spatulas to place the butter on the dough, or I like to use a spoon. Yes, not the brush. The one, because I think this is the brush. Not the brush, this one. Alright, but I like to just use a regular big spoon when they don't have all these fancy tools, and just spread it around. No, we're gonna roll it and just see. Anybody else keeping time? So while we are waiting for the dough to rest, he's gonna come and continue the sourdough process.
So I just want to show you that the bread is ready. I'll show you on one. Oh.
Hands are free.
Don't go in and put her hand in the dish. Just want to show you. Thank you.
Okay, so our bread is ready. You can see that it has risen, and the scientific thing that happens with bread, there's only 25% of the volume that will increase in the oven. So if your bread is like a pancake, you will only get 25% rise. There's no more. So when I touch this, it just bounces back. And you can even see without touching that it has a nice volume. And when you have this consistency, if you have half the consistency, you do not need to cut it, and we call it scoring. But when you have this consistency, you must cut it, because in the oven, it will want to rise that 25%, and if you cut it, it will be able to rise up beautifully. So there are many, many methods, but this is a wonderful, simple method that always looks quite pretty. I do like simple things. That's it, and mine is ready, so everyone else would like to do theirs. So
almost look like you butchered it.
it needs a cut. It needs to have, not a little.
Yeah, because.
Yes.
Delicate boy.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Right, now we need
I
to
don't
put
want
them
to
in
cut
the
it too
oven.
big. The poor bread.
Put it up a bit. Whose is this one? Okay, anyway, right. See, look, I'm a bit more ruthless.
Less. How much did you get on there? 500?
I don't know what that is.
It's supposed to be 350.
This oven is a very low heat oven.
Yeah.
Oh, so 500
Okay.
is like.
Right, we need to.
Oh, okay, good.
We need to time 10 minutes, please. So, yes, that boost of power. Do you remember I said 10 minutes? And then you look at it, and then either you keep it there or you turn it down for another 20.
So 10 minutes, anybody check it? So 10 minutes in the oven, we check it to see how it has risen. And then we either raise the temperature or we lower the temperature of the oven. So we continue with our paratha.
Thank you.
So can we, by the meantime, roll off our we should do this by the meantime, or we will not? You want to keep the tower? Yeah.
So, at the meantime, I'll show you how one is usually ruled out. One is 5:59. Someone can just give me now. 55, sorry, 1:59. I said 5, I don't mind right there. So, someone, I want to show you how soft it is. The longer it stays to rise, the softer the paratha gets. So this was done overnight. Fun fact, I will say this is the first time I'm putting it in the fridge overnight. Usually when I make it is on time, you know. After the hour, you just put it on the towel and that's it. So as a, help out, we're here, I put it in the fridge. I did some already made and I put it in the fridge. So we're all going to see what will be the experiment of this, but it is doable. You can, after you have reached this phase, you can put it in the fridge overnight. What's up? Yes, this is where it has already been buttered, right? So this phase is where we buttered it, and we've rolled it up. So you see there's like a little round circular portion on top, like a little donut, yes. So it's already been buttered and rested. And now we're going to just roll this out onto the towel, right?
Shadi,
Yes.
I think you should demonstrate how to put the butter.
Yes. It will happen, but remember this has to raise.
Okay.
So we're giving that the 10 minutes
Okay.
to rest, and then when we do that, we're going to boil them out rest it for another 5 minutes, and then add our butter, and then we're done till an hour after. So we're just gonna add some flour to the table, and we're not gonna roll it out as thin as our spaghetti and pasta yesterday, but thin enough. So before you do that, you wanna flatten it out a bit. So you're gonna at least go to the edges and flatten it out. You'll get some little air bubbles in it, but you wanna flatten out. You don't want a thick crust or thick end, right? A little eventually, but you wanna get it out not too flat, but this size, right? Or this size, right? Salami style. Now, as we said, we're gonna add some flour because you're gonna get some butter seeping out to some extent, and you're just gonna roll. Again, this is roti, so it doesn't have to be a perfect shape. So we're gonna give it some good licks in a bit. So you're rolling it out, make sure your ends are flat. That's like the major thing you want to make sure your ends are flat. Give it a nice roll. Just flipping it over. If it's too sticky, you can add a little flour to it. And add it again. And again, it's not going to be too thin. And it's not going to be too thick, again, all based on how big your towel is. This should be a good size. We have this idea of how big it is. By that time, we should put on our towel.
Vicky, question. What happens if gas goes or electricity goes while you're bread rolls?
You're in trouble. Yeah.
Like if the turn is slow. That's a problem.
Really?
You'll spoil the bread.
Yeah. I mean, for instance, when you have bread, you can look at it after 10 minutes. So if you look at it before 10 minutes, it will deflate the loaf and it will stop it from rising. So, yeah, maybe if it went out after 10 minutes, it wouldn't be so crucial. But before then, yeah, it would be really difficult. Are you talking like gas canisters running out and things like that? Yeah, a problem.
Shannon?
Yes.
What happens if the gas goes and you're doing your torata?
If gas goes and you do your paratha, if you have paratha already made, right, then you have to put aside, and it's on the stove, and it's almost cooked, just put it in the box so the steam can finish cook it. But in this case, it does not take long to cook. This does not take long to cook. It takes 5 minutes. It's so long to cook because we've already filled it down to a good size, and it's just going to get a nice color, more or less. Yes.
Charlie?
Yes.
How do you know if gas finished? Arm yourself with your stove or cold pot.
You can use cold pot. There's whole sign roti shop. There's, Dobson. There are a few others already made. But a flat surface is always good. A flat surface, if you're doing it fire style, camp style, flat surface, once that is on, you're good to go. Right? Yes. So usually we use a bilna. Anybody knows what a bilna is?
Yes.
Not bilna, dabla. Yes, thank you, dabla. It's a flat piece of wood, usually flat, right? No, it's like literally a flat piece of a little thicker than this. But I don't have any, so we're gonna be innovative. A mother's choice.
size knife works
Yes,
better.
yes. But I like to use my pot spoon at the edge, at the handle part. So usually you have two. Let me get another one, a smaller one. And here's how we're gonna do it. I don't know if you all can see from this, but we're going to the stove area.
159, I don't know.
Yes, thank you. So here's how we're gonna do it. We're gonna take some oil and we're gonna this high. You don't want it too high. Yeah, I took it off because it's a bit too high. So we're gonna just just oil in the towel. Vegetable oil. Yes, we'll use the vegetable oil as we did with the oil.
Could I say something?
Yes.
We have the old time method, the bowl with the oil and the enamel top on top.
Yes, yes.
Or brown paper.
Brown paper,
Right.
greaseproof paper, napkin, if they don't even have any of those things, and they just did this and yes. So now we're gonna apply it to the towel. Again, does not take long. That's all right. Yeah. Yes. Thank you. See, it's better to have a man around. It's both for this. So you see, it's already there cooking. As we do this, we're going to oil the top of it. We're oiling the top. And then flip. 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 You don't have to do this. I just do it. But that's if you can withstand the heat. But usually you use yes.
Apart from the ingredients, I make flatbreads.
Flat.
This method.
Right. So it does not take long at all. It almost smells like if you're making sada roti or sada bake.
Oh, no bread.
Again. And now it's more or less cooked because we have already turned it down, so it's not much heat. Now we just get color. Any questions? You have an idea of how it goes?
When you get the color you want to take it off.
Sorry?
When it gets to the color you want to take it off.
They don't take it off just yet. This is where the beating process comes in.
On top of the tower.
Yes. It's very nice.
The iron wire top.
Yes. So it's coming to a nice goldish brown, and we just closing the tin as we go. And as we close the tin, yeah. You keep turning it, and you keep giving it 2-3 laps. And then you're done.
That's how you tear it up.
That's how you tear it up.
You rip it up.
So, I think in the sauce I you have to wait, so yeah. Yes. The curry that we made, the potato that we made, and it's a real Indian style when you take your hand and so what we're gonna do is we're gonna just give it a taste. Everyone's gonna taste it. This is the one with the salt. It's a bit hot, so we're gonna cool it down a little bit.
normally salt.
This is normally salt and vegetable oil. How did the one that passed around taste? It tastes well, it tastes good.
But this one tastes better.
This-
You know why?
Why? Because it's hot.
Everything is
So you will tell me if there's a difference in the taste, right?
some things you can't eat cold.
No problem. Yes. So that's okay. If it stays longer, again, the resting process, better, longer, better. Here's where we're gonna make about 6 balls out of these, smaller. This, and then we're gonna make it into little balls. Usually I use my thumb
That is
and then roll it out.
I say you put some curry.
Yes, don't worry, there is
I like this better.
this one, right? This one. And the salt, yes. So you see the salt difference. So with salt, without salt, it's up to you. If you're not somebody who can't take a lot of salt, it's still doable because when you add any other ingredients to it, the salt is in all the other ingredients. So you don't need much salt when you're using this. Yes.
So I've never ever seen that
That's
before.
You're gonna try it though. There's enough.
Amazing, but so what happens is that it rises a little bit and then when
Yes.
it flakes it breaks it.
Yes. So the baking powder helps the rising of it. And when that happens, you just give it like a little nice little touch.
It's interesting because it's a little bit like what we call flaky pastry.
Yes.
But it's very unhealthy because there's so much fat in it.
Yes.
Butter,
Yes.
margarine or whatever, but
Yes.
you have layers and layers.
Yes.
So this is a good substitute.
Yeah.
It
It
makes
is.
me think of how you can use it in different ways.
Yeah. And again, as you said, the longer it stays rested, is when the gluten will activate and just doses will you can now get it fluffier by using the air, the yeast in the air and
it is a
Yes.
kind of, it's a very small fermentation.
Yes,
process.
yes, it's a lot shorter.
And I make sourdough pizzas, but traditional, even not sourdough, every Italian, every pizza maker will make the pizza balls before the day that they cook
Yes,
them.
because you want it very soft.
Yes.
So as we just touched it, again, we want it to rest a little bit. So you again using a damp towel, place it over your tea towel, and you just let it just sit for 5 minutes, and then we apply the butter. So if there is someone who wants to try to roll out and beat up the flour, sure. Leave this aside. Anyone else wants to give it a try?
Oh, Linda, you must take the video. Beat it. So funny.
No, not these. Not these. These rascals. These are the ones that are rascals. The ones
Oh, it's such a rare.
I'm just gonna pour this down, no? The time.
So you make it.
So right, no. So when you reach this phase, this is okay. When you reach this phase, we're not gonna touch it. We're not gonna knead it anything. You just resting it down, add a little flour. Right? Resting it down and you press with the edges. Yes. Gently. This is a lot less. Yes. Yes. So you're just pressing on the edges. Yes. You're not going too flat, it's just to give it a little. Yes. And from here, you can use your rolling pin and just cut it out.
Done with love.
Done with love. And you can keep turning it and flipping it, yes. Try to get the edges a lot more thinner. A lot thinner, sorry. And again, it's a very delicate process because we have butter in it. And if you rough it up too much, the butter will start to seep through and it'll burst and whatnot. Add a little flour to it so it'll be too sticky. It's not a pizza. It's not a pizza. It's a lot more delicate than a pizza. Yes. And again, the shape of it doesn't matter because you see what's going to happen to it after. But you want to roll it out as evenly as possible. So you don't want some higher than the other side, just want a thin or flat layer all over.
I think the little consistency might change.
Sorry? Yes.
Might get that sweeter taste or a richer, more.
Well, it's how sweet you want the milk to taste, how much sweetness of it you want. I'm going to put on the spoon. Let's see. Right, this should be good. Probably the little could be added a little more. Yes. Right. So remember with your own, with the pasta, we had to see our fingers. Remember that?
Yeah.
This one you don't need that. So it doesn't need too thin. So this is yours.
Oh, thank you.
And now you're going over here. You're going to spread. You're going to spread our oil. I don't know. And then you're gonna, yeah, yes. Sorry? Yeah, I know. Yeah. So you're gonna use this guy here, and you're just gonna let it cook for like a 30 seconds. You see some little bubbles. And once that is done, you scoop it from underneath and just put it in the over. Yeah, sure. Thank you. So you're going to add some oil on the top. Doesn't have to be too heavy with oil, but just enough for the whole thing to get. Put a little more to that. Right. Lovely. And now we scoop it and put it in. Use the other side. Yes. Yes, lovely. Lovely. So, if you want, you can just put it around, make sure it's good, and he's going to cook again. So, you want like a medium heat. Right? Because if it's too hot, it will brown too quick, and it will cook properly. So we go in again. Right? Lovely. So all we are waiting now is for it to get a color. Nice golden brown.
I just want that.
Each side doesn't have to be 30 seconds. It's an average of looking at it and yes. Is it 10 minutes for the bread ready?
Yes.
Yes?
And was it on a high?
Yes, it's on a high heat. Does it have to go long?
else one might say.
In one night, you'll be 2 loaves, Charlie.
Half of it?
Yeah, you know that.
200. So we add it. It's going to start bubbling a bit. So how is it processed? Yes. Definitely. So you need some volunteers to put the butter on it. Yes? Because this is an interesting method. You can keep flipping it as often as you feel. So what happened here, it was a little too low. So this is what's going on. You come. You're walking to the video. So you see how it's getting color now? There you go. You're going to use two of this, and that's how you're going to hit it. Just in a little bit. So what you want to do, actually, you just want to like scrunch them up, right? Yes. Scrunch them up a bit, turn them. Right? Just keep turning it. Right. And when you have it like that, one of the hands is giving them a good hit. Yes. Keep turning it. What you want to do is feel this way, you want to come on this side now. Right. Yes. And now you hit them again. One more time. Hit them again. Give them a good hit. Lovely. So you flip it, give them a flip, right? One more hit. Nice. So we're going to hold them and we're going to bring them to the feet. And we are finished with this one. And that's thank you. So this is it, as you see, we did her washing of it. And we're going to the method just before we put it for our. So here are our balls. So I'm going to do one. Sorry. Okay, so I'm going to do one and then we'll do the rest after. So we have right. So I'm gonna roll it out. But we're not rolling it out as thin as we did it with the already buttered one. You just want a good size. So this is good. Right? Then we're going to take our spoon and our butter. You don't want it too soft, right? So just a spoon and you're just going to cover it all over. Cover the entire dough. But a thin layer, so you don't want it thick like this. So a thin layer all around. So we have this, right? After this, we have a knife. Right. So we have our knife. We're going to make a slit in the circle. Not all the way in, but just right above. And now we're going to roll it. But before we roll, just add a little flour to the top. Sprinkle a little flour to the top. And now we're going to roll. So you're going to roll like in a triangle form. And you just keep going, you're not overlapping it. So where it stopped, you're going to flip from there. And you keep going. So we reach this phase. When you reach this phase, you're taking the bottom and you're pushing them up. Like this. So you want this effect at the bottom. And then you're putting them down, taking your finger and you're pushing the top down. And when you do this, you just have it there, flatten them a bit, put them aside onto the next, and that's it. And then again, do it again, no problem. Vicky, you want to try this with? So we flour it, then we're going to roll it out.
I've never seen anything like that, so it's really inspiring.
Give them a good, yeah, on this stage we could go a little tougher. But most of the stuff So you see, there's a stiffness to it. So we could have let it raise a little longer. So you'll know the consistency when you feel it. But for time purposes, we do it this way. So that should be good. And then we're taking our butter from the back, right? And then spreading them all over.
So it's like laminating.
Yes. Don't be afraid of the butter.
Don't be afraid of it.
You just don't want it thick. Right, so we have this now. We're going to sprinkle a little flour all over it. And then we're going to cut from the center down, right? And then we're going to fold. Yeah? And we're just going to continue that fold.
I like this bit.
Right, so when we have this now, you're holding it. So all the underneath now, we're just going to pinch them up. Pinch them up into a ball. Just the bottom. Yes, you're tucking them in. Right, and when you reach there, you're going to take your finger, just go straight down. Right, and then you're just going to flatten it. That's it. Just flatten it a bit. Yes. And then that's it. And again with your damp towel and so we have our lawyers. That's this stage, lawyers. At this stage, we can refrigerate it until another time. So, yes, this is how we do paratha.
Wonderful. Well done. That's you can take that by the river. Just bring it just one.
Yes.
All right, good afternoon again. I am here, I am Josephine Stewart, and I'm here to demonstrate using whole wheat flour. Sorry, not whole wheat flour, the whole wheat roti, sorry. And in the light of that, it is as a result of being unleavened whole wheat roti.
Amen.
And I have made some last night, and due because of time, I have left back a piece of the dough. In fact, a piece of the dough I left back. So I will just demonstrate it through the dal that I have left back also.
Amen.
But in this whole wheat unleavened roti, I have put in order to see that it rise when you're cooking it. I put some oats, which is about 2 to 3 spoons of oats. I really don't measure. I use my own wisdom as God will. I put a little bit of ginger. I put some wheat bran. I also put coconut milk. That is very the enhancement of the whole dough. However, sometimes I'll use like carrots or pumpkin, as a baby. But I must put certain things in the dough for us all to partake of a proper whole wheat unleavened roti. Some people may wonder, how you making that? Will it raise? Yes, it will, according to the ingredients that you put in it. So I have a piece of the dough from last night, which has the rotis warming. You can get a little sample of what I made. And then I want to just demonstrate to us how to put in the dal and then how to cook it. I use, in fact, coconut oil. Okay? That's okay with everybody? But with this dough, seeing that it was cold, I had it in the fridge, I have to kind of beat it, right? Because that's the nature of unleavened. And you can get that even in Back to Eden. Back to Eden tells you that my husband really practiced making it at first when we read it, and he used to beat it. And when it finished, what do you believe, brethren? This thing raised as they have yeast. So I hope it will raise like this, So I have this piece that I will beat. But I know time is against us because we will have to eat, right? So I beat it hard. I would usually use my I usually use my rolling pin. This one has a bit air, so that it will sometimes I would not beat it, I just knead it continually until I get the texture of it. Okay? Right. I'm going to go to right. And of course, I put some oil to help yeah.
So basically, when those your boys and that is yeah.
All right. So yeah. But it's very interesting to know that you don't have to use the baking powder or the baking soda or the yeast, to give it a soft, and then to remember what expects us to be wise as servants. He gave us the knowledge of the child message, and of course, in these ingredients, it's fiber. It's you have something to eat besides the starch, besides the carbohydrate. So making this unleavened or making roti or dal on the whole is not just flour and peas and and oil or butter, right? And of course, with the dal, I cook it. Don't cook it too soft, neither too hard, because by the time you're in the processor, according to the nature of how you cook it, sometimes some will come out dry. And you know when people eat roti, sometimes you know the peas or the dal coming out. That's when because they didn't properly cook it. And as a result, when they grind it, that's how it comes out. But I make sure mine soft enough to go into the dough. Okay? So just giving it a good kneader.
If you make the peas too hard, too soft, if you boil it too hard, usually when you start to root, it will crack. And you don't get the effect, the rising effect.
Okay, right. Yeah. And of course, the secret in tasting of this unleavened roti is that you must season your dal properly. So give it enough celery, parsley, garlic, pimentos, what else again? Ginger, jeera, oh yes. Well, I put some saffron also.
Right.
So you taste that saffron and jeera also.
Yes,
in the dal for me. All right, I think this is good. Okay, you started with the small. I had a big one and didn't bother to walk with it because of the size. Yeah. Okay, watch how I do this. Right? If you pass up your fingers, you know.
Slow down a little bit. Slow down a little bit.
Slow down. So take a piece of dough and make sure it properly roll around. You know. And then after that, I just a little rolling something around the palm of my hand. Right. And I leave that there. Take another piece.
Can I ask, have you ever worked in a roti shop?
No.
Seems quite handy.
I went on a trip.
Alright.
But that worked to stay. Alright.
But still seems quite handy with that.
Extra pair of hands.
I don't need them straight free for the time. And my brother, if you ready, taste how unleavened roti is nice, you will enjoy it. You can even eat it without anything. Or probably just with your salad. You can eat it like that. As well as the traditional, you know, the chana and the potato and so on. But you could eat it just like that. But it's such a very interesting baking.
So do you have to roll it that much time? So
Yeah, to get the softness and the texture.
if you had needed more, you wouldn't need to roll it so much time.
Because of the coldness, I have it in the fridge. Okay. In that side. Right? So I started putting the dal in the room, in the bake. Alright. Alright. You see? Okay. It's cold, but take about this amount. And I love plenty down in the dough itself. Yeah, I love it. Right? So, put it in, hold it like this, and you hold it carefully. You kind of pinch it around, right? Until you see no space or anything like that, right? Make sure you use your hand wise to make sure. I think that's all right, I guess. And then you roll it around again. And then I like to put a little more down on top of it. Yeah, that's gonna make things nice. You know? So a plaster, little down in it. And this will keep it good to go. Alright, good to go. Alright, you wanna see it? Nice. I forgot one thing I put in that baked bread, linseed. I put linseed, oats, the bran, and of course coconut milk. Okay, those 3 or 4 ingredients. Sometimes you can grate your carrots, you can put your pumpkin, just enhance the dough to get away from the heavy starch. Okay?
So that the same thing as your own money. You're in the money. Anyhow.
You can have it boiled. Alright. Okay, so while the starter is heating up, I roll out by the time. Okay? And you always see the, and of course you hold a piece of dough, you make sure you press on your hip, you know. And you press down, make sure the piece circulate all around it. Right? Turn it over, make sure the flour, both sides have the flour. Alright, with my rolling pin.
Blowing.
Make sure your roti always have enough flour so that it won't stick. And cause when it cooking, holes, and just try to avoid it, but sometimes holes make a little pothole here and there. That's alright. Okay, there's it. Okay, ready to cook. Now I'm going to cook it and see what it's like to eat on 11 full wheat roti, brothers. All right, let me see the platter patty now. Okay. Get like this.
Yeah. Sometimes you go itself, get a little wrong pass, and you put a little oil around the area that is a little dry or wrong. Who wants to come and see Grace again? Anybody? All right.
Okay, that's the end of my three.
while you're having your lunch, we will get ready to close it off. Did you enjoy the session today? Very good. I know it was long, but it was worth it. And let me tell you, while I'm here, when we get to this one, Vicky report for herself. Would you like to report?
I can say.
I say it? Okay. So when I heard them talking, before commenting, I just said, yes, we call it come back to Trinidad. Because all they were saying is, it's amazing. This is really tasting good. Ooh, I never expected that. So they have enjoyed what we have taught them just as much as we are enjoying what they are teaching us. So it's a mutual benefit. And thanks to all of you.
And I'm going to take these new skills and I'm going to show it to people in the baking school. A little bit of Trinidad.
Yes. So we have all benefited, thank the Lord. We have one more day tomorrow, and if by public demand you want another day, just let us know. We will try to fit it into a busy sightseeing session for them. Anybody would like to say anything before we pray? Anybody would like to say anything? Tomorrow we begin at 4, and tomorrow is the baking day. Tomorrow we will see what has happened with that sourdough that we have been working and working and working on. All right. So we will pray. And just let us pray first so she can close this prayer. Our loving Father, we thank you for the session that we have had today. We praise your name, and as we continue to do all that is necessary to glorify you, we glorify you also in our bodies, in our health, for Christ's sake. Amen. Yes, Brother Grace?
You know, I want to say thank you to Sister Victoria and Linda. Thank you for teaching. Thank you for your expertise. And I pray that we put it into practice. Amen.